Hello, and welcome to the stream. I'm getting set up right now. The internet can totally see you now. To stop, use your encoder. It hates my video resolution. Like, it really just hates it. Nothing I can do about that. I need to, hold on, get my retweet up. What's going on with Cardi B? I have no idea. Okay, let's see here. All right. All right. My roommate makes really good food. I'm really happy he's here. My roommate makes really good food. I'm really happy he's here. My roommate makes really good food. I'm really happy. Let's see here. Anyone joining? Anyone joining? Wow, it's a dead stream, huh? Let's see here. Anyone joining? Anyone joining? Wow, it's a dead stream, huh? Actually, I should have done, what's it called? I guess people don't really want to watch me grind for crowns, but okay. I guess people don't really want to watch me grind for crowns, but okay. Okay, here. I guess people don't really want to watch me grind for crowns, but okay. Okay, here. Let's see here. Oh, I can, switch it back. Let's see here. There we go. Oh, I can, Oh, let me bump that volume up in a second. Okay, let me mute that. That. We're good. Actually, shit. I have to do it. I just realized I have to... Hey, Ollie, what's up? Cancel download. Okay. Oh, it's, 7:46 in the morning. That means I have to change it just enough time. Shit. Because, let me change the time. I mean, the key is that if it's not 8 in the morning... Hey, Taco. Yeah, if it's not 8 in the morning, then they're not gonna do anything. I mean, they're not gonna, like, care. Hey, Scorpion Bells, what's up? So, now you so rich. Yeah, I know, right? Okay, let's go for it. Wow. Let's see here. I'm losing control. Alright, I gotta start. It's Cinnabar! Yay! Uh-huh. Yeah. Oh my god, who's in the square? Is it LaBelle? Da-na-na-na. Da-na-na-na. Hold on. It's connecting. Okay. Wait, I gotta actually withdraw money first. Hold on. My bad. I need to make sure there's at least 99,000 bells. Hey, McHoney, what's up? How are you? Wait, do you use a second switch for Crown Island? Yes, I have to. If I don't use a second switch, I'm unable to do it. How come you're not updating the game? Because if I update it, then the duplication won't work. And that's kind of the key here, is that I have to make sure that duplication works. Deposit 825. My big problem is I don't know who I'm gonna collab with. I'm thinking of Switch Force. I guess what's it called? So I really want to have like 3 channels I want to collab with to show off Crown Island. Switch Force is gonna be one. Game Explain would be great. If I could get Game Explain on board, and then maybe I'll throw Somewhat Awesome Games and Serenization. They'll be like the roundouts. Okay, so here we go. Typical grinding. One of the keys that I like to do is listen to other stuff. What does it say? Become 1 million? What? I'm doing okay, McHoney. I'm surviving. This pandemic thing is really nuts as hell. I probably should grind longer. I don't like crunching on something like this, but I feel like I have to. It's because it's Southern Hemisphere, that's why. Southern Hemisphere is actually winter. So it's like when it's their winter, it's our summer. And it's when our winter, it's their summer. That kind of thing going on. Okay, so we can sell the crowns. We're ready to go. I was like cracking up laughing watching this PC build video earlier. So my roommate says, dinner's ready. Okay. Alright, let's see what we have here. Oh my god! Fire pit. Okay. Oh, it's expensive. Okay, hold on. My roommate just made dinner, so I'm gonna bounce for a minute, and I'll be back to eat it and come back. I do have to wonder one thing. Yeah, my window still shows. Oh, is that Build a Snowman? Snowfolk! Alright, I'm gonna be right back, you guys. Right back. Right back. This is what I do for you guys, so don't complain when you're like, oh, he's getting dinner. He's slacking off on Crown Island. Bells are rich. How is everyone doing? I'm doing okay. I'm gonna eat my dinner. That's what I'm eating. Ugh. Okay, we're back. We're back. This is so much fun, guys. Oh, great. This is so long. Okay. Wait, I like playing this.
We need to cancel Susie Lou, and
I'll tell you guys why.
I took down some
YouTube videos.
What the heck? I go out of my
way
way to start a witch hunt against someone, and that was
That's
why
why
I harassed Tipster. It was just a little bit weird. That is what happened. And
That's all that happened. One more time. Cancel Susie Lou.
I'll tell you guys why. I took down
some YouTube videos.
What
Which the heck? I went out of my way to start a witch hunt against someone, and that is why I harassed Tipster.
It was just a little bit weird. That is what happened. And that's all that happened.
Okay, we did that like enough times. Okay. Okay, let's see where we're at here. Cloning crowns, yep. Yep, cloning crowns. It just takes freaking forever, man. I actually can't do that. I'd have to update my Switch, but I'm not doing that just yet. It's not ready. Where are we at right now? God, this is so much fun, guys. Are you having as much fun as I am? Oh, there's like a beetle on that thing. That's funny. Alright, that's done there. Thank you. Hello, Nick. Hi, Dominic. I'm fishing. Jeez. I know, it's a lot, isn't it? What's going on here? I want to sell. Okay. Oh my god. Hold on. I'm just gonna kill the volume a little bit. Oh, they're so sweet. I love them. I got a colon. I got an oarfish. Awesome, awesome. That's great. That's fantastic. Don't you just love how this takes forever? Oh my god. Guys, I really depend on your chat comments to cheer me up. Like, I really need some help here. Come on, give me something to work with. Anything. Anything to work with. Anything I can use to, like, feel a little bit better right now. Oh, God. Oh, God. I'm literally dying. So bored to death, guys. So bored to death. Oh, God. Someone must have made mustard ice cream? Wasn't this glitch patched? Technically speaking, yes, but my Switch hasn't been updated, so... This is such a boring freaking grind. I have to say, this is the worst. This is not the fun thing to do. I really wish I had more comments to read, you guys. McHoney, feel free to say something. I'm trying to read what you're saying. Maybe I should play what's it called? I guess that John Swan Susie Glue video to help him out.
My dog thinks I'm a genius. Because...
Oh, I have to mute the ad, though. Wow, John Swan's so lucky. I'm playing the ad. Hold on.
Uploaded this video was taken down from YouTube for violating their community guidelines on harassment and bullying. I'm re-uploading this video because I believe all the criticism is valid and needs to be talked about. Suzy Lu is destroying the platform, and I can't let that happen.
I kind of think it's hilarious that he says the video's heavily censored, because it's really not.
Suzy Lu is a reaction YouTuber with over 370,000 subscribers. As a self-professed businesswoman and control freak, she entertains her fan base of mostly older men by reacting to various animes.
I mean, he does have to censor certain words, but I would hardly call that highly censored.
Lazy, uninspiring, and you wouldn't catch me watching it. But behind that is a brain of deception, fraud, hypocrisy, and corruption. Suzy Lu, along with her boyfriend, Stejo, make the perfect couple. Together, they abuse the YouTube copyright system, systematically flag down people criticizing them, and yet their unethical and illegal behavior is directly protected and promoted by YouTube, with Suzy Lu being a prominent figure in last year's YouTube Rewind. Over the last 12 months, I've been gathering the files. Today, we go through them.
What is up, everyone, and welcome back to the channel. There's that much like misinformation, false rumors, hate videos, and things like that.
Suzy Lu is a hypocrite. She files a false copyright takedown.
Fair use is such a gray area. That's the thing.
She has one of the smallest egos that I have ever known.
Why would I care to prove my innocence to a bunch of nobodies on the internet? And obviously, if you guys are not aware, there is fair use.
Wait a minute, it's all the stuff talking about the stories!
Wait a minute! Wait a minute! Suzy, no! I can still freaking hear Tipster go, oof, oof, oof. Wow. Another ad, John Swan? Really, John Swan? Another ad, John Swan.
Copyright infringement has been a big topic on this channel and on my Twitter account. From Just Destiny to Onision, I've talked about many instances where individuals and companies have taken advantage of the YouTube copyright system. But there's one case that I've been putting off making a video on because at the time, I just didn't think there was enough information to justify a full video. But over the last 12 months, many more developments have occurred that makes this situation impossible to ignore. Let's start at the beginning. On March the 12th, 2019, gaming and reaction YouTuber Suzy Lu filed a...
Can we see the island? Yeah, sure, hold on.
Over a year old.
I'll show you a little bit of it. I'll show you a little bit.
After dark. Mark included a
If you're wondering why I'm listening to John Swan, I'm kind of like watching it in a separate window to help support, like, protest Suzy Lu.
At her reaction.
Oh, please don't tell me that's the end of it. No! I want to spend the rest of my life like that. It feels so real. It's not fair. It's not fair. That's made me cry. Because it was so amazing.
Okay, so I'll show you guys.
Get some help.
Wait,
You ready?
that was
Ready?
it. Yes, folks,
This
was
is
the
the
trick that
crowns.
offended
These are the
Susie Lou so
crowns.
much that she took it down from YouTube. And I say offended because this is certainly a fair use clip. She knows that, and her lawyer boyfriend knows that. Oh yeah, did I forget to mention, her boyfriend studied law.
I have a law degree, and one of the main focuses was international intellectual property law, which, apart from being a mouthful, is...
Oh yeah, it
really
was
interesting
international
subject,
intellectual.
protect your intellectual property via like design rights, patents, trademarks.
He was
Keep this in
glitch.
the back of your mind
Huh?
at all times here. Now, understandably, Susie Lou received a bit of backlash for this strike. Mark After Dark took to Twitter, where a number of very interesting exchanges were had with Susie Lou.
Hello everybody, welcome to another episode of Twitterversus. Today we will be taking a look at Susie Lou. After Mark After Dark called her out, she had some pretty interesting responses to the situation. She tweets out, "Dude, literally no one cares what you tweet. You're just a massive loser."
How I picture you?
Haha. Haha. Be gone, nobody.
You
Still, you get striked.
Maybe
Maybe ask a channel for permission to use content in the future.
Thanks for the views anyways,
With
boys.
voice?
It must suck seeing such a noob
You-
get so much attention on your beloved game while you nerds sit in your mum's basement getting zero.
I own the copyright to my face, which is what you use without permission.
I have to be upfront. I don't think John Swan got as big as he did by the video alone. I think it was the push.
Now, as you can tell, we're dealing with a very intelligent individual. It's a good rule of thumb on the internet and in life in general that if you're going to criticize people for doing something, make sure you haven't done the same thing yourself. Otherwise, you'll probably end up looking like a massive hypocrite.
This is the type of stuff on YouTube that pisses me off. This is a live stream. This is a YouTuber doing that live stream. Now, do you see this YouTuber in this video? Or is this stream just pure theft of BBC content? This is pure mainstream media content just being streamed. Here, have a listen. There's no commentary or anything over this.
I mean, I have to say, I can't believe she would do that.
Just so that they can get views. Don't support people like this. This is no better than stealing something directly from someone's house or from a store. It's pure theft, and it's bullshit.
Okay then, this brings us to March the 21st, 2019, when Susie Lou took to her YouTube channel to respond to the criticism she was receiving. This video was filled with misinformation about the copyright system and a piss-poor attempt of her trying to justify her bad decisions made in the past.
I came across this guy who was bragging about doing a video on me. So my mods went and found this video, and it definitely confused me because the start of the video was my content, then it cuts to his content of him playing the Last Guardian VR game. But there was barely any mention of why I was at the start of it. It was like I was only there just for the intro, and then it just kind of cuts to him. So I sent the video to YouTube, asked them about fair use, and YouTube took it down.
Wrong. Due to the Online Copyright Infringement Liability Limitation Act, also called Safe Harbor, YouTube cannot get involved in copyright disputes. YouTube won't get involved in the process because fair use can only be determined in a court of law, as Susie so aptly proves in the next segment of her video.
Fair use is such a gray area. That's the thing. Fair use will only ever really be decided by a judge in court. So I sent the video to YouTube, asked them about fair use, and YouTube took it down. Fair use will only ever really be decided by a judge in court.
As you can see, two completely conflicting statements here.
It's very rare that I will ever actually ask to take down somebody's video, but if you actually saw the video in question, it was not a critique, the person was not talking over it. They literally took my section of the video at the end, zoomed in a little bit, zoomed out, and put some closed captions on it. Now, I have done so much research about this since Monday, and at no point has it fallen under fair use.
Now, a primary figure in the Susie Lou investigation was Tipster, whose research has been invaluable in the creation of this video. He even brought on YouTube lawyer Ian Corzine for an interview to talk about fair use and how it related to the Suzy Lou case and Mark After Dark's video.
Yeah, of course that clip is fair use. I don't even understand how you can construe it any other way. Mark was making a joke, and it's followed by a direct comment, the Michael Jordan picture, in quote, after she makes her statement.
Now, I have done so much research about this since Monday, and at no point has it fallen under fair
Oh,
use.
this island? It's been like at least a little over a month. I've been doing like a little bit each day. Although I did take a break from it for a bit, because as you can see, it's so much fun. Fart you. Can you tell how much fun I'm having doing this? I'm having so much fun that I'm playing another video.
With a lawyer about fair use is bullying and harassment. This video's content was not harassment in any way at all, so suspicions started to arise about who could have possibly flagged down his video. And everyone's eyes went straight to Suzy Lou. This leads us to the 31st.
God, it's so boring.
Where Suzy Lou appeared on an internet news show, RFC After Hours, where she attempted to give justification to some of the things she'd said and done over the past few days. During this stream, Suzy and her boyfriend, Stejo, both showed their YouTube flag history. Stejo's came out clean, but Suzy showing her flag history might be the most iconic moment of all time on this show.
I got
5 minutes. Go.
Alright, then show your flag history. We don't need that.
We need to see your flag history. I don't care. I want to see your flag history.
You know, what I'm kind of surprised, why didn't she just delete her flag history? Can't you delete your flag history?
to prove my innocence to a bunch of no-
You can delete your flag history, right? So couldn't she have deleted it? So if anything, she could have deleted it and then fibbed, right?
We can't see that.
Can't you delete your flag history? Let me Google that. Can you delete flag history? I don't know. I mean, I almost want to say she could have lied and got away with it. Can you delete flag history on YouTube? So let's see.
I'm a channel over.
Can you report your flag history? Yeah, you can. So you can delete it. So she could have just deleted it and lied and be like, well, I didn't report anything. Or hell, she could have reported it as a different channel. So I do kind of think it's funny.
Basically, they're just looking into it at this point, and
I do kind of think it's funny that she got caught, because I think she could have lied successfully and got away with it. And they couldn't really prove her wrong. You know what I'm saying? Like they could have been like, show your flag history. And then she'd been like, well, there it is. And then it'd come up clean, even if she did it anyway. You see what I'm saying?
Suzy and her actions. And needless to say, some of the points were rather interesting.
Suzy Lou.
I'm just pointing that out. I mean, I don't know if you guys think that, but she could have deleted the history. I think she could have. She's just not very smart, so...
That's ego-worthy, if you ask me. I mean, that's something to be proud of. But I can tell you from my own experience living with a woman that she has one of the smallest egos that I have ever known.
why would I care to prove my innocence to a bunch of nobodies on the internet?
She still thinks that she's a tiny makeup YouTuber, just entertaining a couple of friends.
Ah yes, Suzy Lou, one of the smallest egos ever to exist. The same person who doesn't want to prove her innocence to a bunch of nobodies on the internet, and the person who, in 2017, told McDonald's workers on strike for higher wages to go and get an actual decent job.
Oh yeah? What post did you make?
And I'm not going to get a argument about.
See, that is why I made the post about her. You made a post about her, McHoney? On what, Twitter?
Copyright strike if it's not from the copyright holder. You cannot issue a false copyright strike. This isn't false because she owns the copyright. Whether or not you think it's fair use is absolutely all to do with it. You have to not own the copyright to issue a false strike. This is idiotic. You people are morons.
This clip is the reason I question the legitimacy of Stejo's credentials. He clearly doesn't understand fair use or copyright law as he defends Suzy taking down Mark After Dark's clip. But then he also completely misrepresents what a false strike is. A false strike is not a legal term.
Oh, let me look it up. Hold on.
Party might feel to be incorrect or unjustified.
For you to give criticism, you require respect. I need to respect your opinion enough to take your criticism. If you're a random little cop on the internet who's never shown any interest in my channel or absolutely anything that I've done before, I don't respect you, and therefore your criticism is nonsense.
Now the reason Stejo and Suzy have such an issue with any amount of hate or criticism is because of this mindset right here. If you only take criticism from your immediate audience, who's going to call you out when you mess up? Your diehard fans who blindly follow your every word? No, it's got to be someone outside of your immediate circle who can take an objective view. So, in the words of Stejo,
You people are morons.
Now, there are many more shenanigans in this Suzy Lou story that I'm not going to cover here, and I would have told you to check out Tips' videos on her, but just yesterday, Suzy Lou mass flagged a bunch of Tips' videos on her, and they were taken down with a community guideline strike for, you guessed it, harassment and cyberbullying. I can only assume that she was trying to deter me from uploading this video. Once again, I'm pretty certain that she has someone at YouTube that run all these strikes through without much interference from a review team. But of all the people to pick for this special treatment, why Suzy Lou?
Right.
The same person who's been called out countless times by the community. At this point, Suzy Lou has overstepped big time. And if she doesn't start to change her tune, larger and larger creators will start to cover this story and make the criticism impossible to ignore. For many months after this initial set of videos and responses from Suzy Lou, she kinda just went under the radar. She did her own thing and minded her own business, and during that time, she started to transition her content from gaming to reactions, namely anime reactions. So with this in mind, let's take a look at Suzy Lou's current content and see what high-tier stuff she's making recently.
Oh, yeah, I saw that one. I liked it. I laughed at that one, McHoney. That was a really funny pose. The big lemon, and then I guess it's a cookie? Is that a cookie?
I'm not kidding. These are
McHoney, is that a cookie? Yeah, I know I saw it already. Yeah, I remember that one.
Making it look worse than it is, just take a look at her channel yourself.
Hello, how are you?
To anything, it's usually just some sort of exclamation which adds absolutely nothing to the video and isn't a comment of any sort.
Oh, guy! See ya! Oh, nice!
Great stuff, Suzy. Now, after Suzy Lou found
It's still a lemon. It is?
Decided to do them as well. And you guessed
Oh, I didn't know that. It looked like a cookie.
Now, apart from being bad content,
I mean, I got what the post was about. It was like, it might look big, but it's hollow. Yeah, I kind of got what you meant by it.
and edited it down to all the parts when she speaks or has any sort of exclamation. Out of the 18-minute and 7-second video, she speaks for a whopping 3 minutes and 30 seconds. If you do the math, 81% of the video is content that does not belong to her.
Damn! Hats off!
It doesn't require a genius to see this content does not satisfy fair use, but let's go through the 4 factors anyway because I want to flex on the haters. The first factor of fair use is the purpose and character.
Oh, it has a lot of rhyme. Okay.
Is it for commercial nature or is for non-profit?
So, as in her forehead's empty, right? That's what it meant. Like there's nothing inside. That's what the post is supposed to mean. That like it might be big, but there's nothing like going on inside. Yeah, that's what I figured.
The first with new expression, meaning, or message. Now, I would say that Suzy Lou's use of these almost full-length anime episodes is certainly not transformative.
Right.
What is she adding to this at all? Is she altering the work with new expression, meaning, or message? I would say not. She isn't actually changing the intent of the anime at all. A bit ironic when you compare it with just a few months back when she said fair use had to be a criticism or critique.
If you actually saw the video in question, it was not a critique, the person was not talking over it.
The second factor, the nature of the copyrighted work, is rarely found to be determinative, so we can pretty much just ignore this factor entirely. The third statutory use factor turns on whether the amount and sustainability of the portion used in relation to the copyrighted work as a whole is reasonable in relation to the purpose of the copying. In assessing this factor, the courts consider not only the quantity of the material used, but also their quality and importance. The crux of this inquiry is whether no more content was taken than necessary, given the purpose and character of the allegedly infringing use. Suzy Lou is using large portions of the original animes, adding minimal reactions and commentary that doesn't change anything in line with the first factor, and she's certainly not taking only what is necessary. So, to be honest, right now this doesn't look good for Suzy. The fourth factor is perhaps the most scathing for Suzy Lou. This factor applies to the effect of the use upon the potential market for or value of the copyrighted work, and concerns whether the secondary use usurps the market of the original work. A defendant usurps the original work's market when the infringer's target audience and the nature of the infringing content is the same as the original. Thus, the more transformative the secondary use, the less the likelihood that the secondary use substitutes for the original. I'm going to answer this question with another question. Who is watching these videos? I think it's pretty clear that the people watching these anime reactions are fans of the anime that she's viewing. Thus, Suzy Lu is stealing market share away from the original creators of the series and is usurping demand for the work by serving as a market substitute. She shows enough of the anime in these videos that people would rather watch her reaction than pay for it. Just the other day, she claimed she had the permission from Crunchyroll to view these animes on her website because Crunchyroll advertises on her website, even though all the ads are from Google AdSense and Google places them automatically. It's an interesting point, actually. I wonder if Google would actually be very happy with Suzy Lu uploading copyrighted content and then placing their ads next to it. Just something to think about. Now, any court would look at this content and wonder how it even got to that stage. It's so blatantly not fair use, I don't even know how Suzy or her boyfriend would rationalize it. So, if this is against fair use, why hasn't she gotten in trouble yet?
Her channel has gotten removed for violating copyright.
Suzy Lu's been terminated now.
My best friend Suzy Lu just got her channel terminated from YouTube.
Well, this week, for about a full day, Suzy Lu's channel was completely terminated for violating copyright.
So you might have noticed the past couple of weeks have been a bit weird on my channel.
On the 27th of December, 2019, Suzy Lu's channel was terminated for copyright infringement, just 20 days after she was featured very prominently.
I do kind of think that's funny.
YouTube Rewind. She had received over 3 DMCA takedowns or copyright strikes from Tokyo TV for her use of the Naruto animes. And if you don't know how the strike system on YouTube works, after 3 strikes, your account gets terminated.
So basically, I was at a Christmas party with family. We were seeing all the nieces and the nephews and things like that. And I was absolutely hammered. And I went to check it and it was like, account suspended. And I was so drunk and I was just like, what? I was like, I don't have enough strikes on my channel for that to be a thing. I must be drunk. And then by the time I woke up the next day, I was like, are you joking? Okay, I basically phoned up my YouTube partner manager and I was like, what the heck's going on? And I felt so bad because my partner manager and then all the people that work with him they're supposed to be on holiday until next week. So they went straight back into office and they found out what happened.
Now, as I've stated before, these strikes were most likely valid. But what does YouTube do? They reverse all of them. Now, as I stated before in this video, YouTube is protected under Safe Harbor, which means that they are not responsible for copyrighted content uploaded by their users. But to qualify for this, service providers have to...
Why isn't there like a button to select? Right? Right? Wouldn't that make it so easy?
Which YouTube does. And they also have to make sure their systems...
Oh my god, this is what makes it kind of... Okay, it's not as bad. I'll say this. It's not as bad as... Do you know how horrible it is when you put stuff away in your house? You have to individually select everything. You have to individually select every single item you want to put away in storage. You can't mass select items. And I think Pokemon Bank's the same, like you have to individually put them in. Which kind of sucks. I'm not really big on the Pokemon Bank though. I mean, I like the idea.
Break apart the footage that they use, and obviously if you guys are not aware, there is fair use. And the whole point of that is to take the original works, do something with it, make it different, and then make it your own. And that's a really big thing on YouTube, and I feel like that's what allows most of the content to even exist.
A gross overgeneralization of fair use here. It's very interesting. 81% of content that isn't yours is fair use, but Mark After Dark's clip isn't? Okay then, Susie.
So a couple of days ago, I done a video talking to you guys about TV Tokyo and this bot that they keep chucking onto YouTubers. It's not just me, it's so many other people, it's a joke. And I can't actually get too into it because it's now a legal case behind the scenes. But,
Oh, you can multi-select? Okay, never mind.
I'm sure Swing, one of the biggest
I didn't know that.
in Japan, is gonna go
I mean, here's the thing. The reason why I didn't get Pokemon banged for Sword and Shield, I have Shield, is because I don't really like Pokemon Shield. It's not a very good game.
Tokyo TV, YouTube, or anything similar. So whatever action they're taking, it isn't listed in the court system. But while all of this was going down, some people figured out something else about our buddy Susie over here. It turns out that for weeks and weeks and weeks, Susie Lou had been uploading uncut anime reactions to her Patreon. Yes, you heard me. No cuts, no pauses, the full episode with Susie going. It's very funny because as soon as we called attention to it, she completely removed all of the episodes and privated her Patreon so that we couldn't see how much she was making. But we can extrapolate, and Nicholas Diorio said that following the current trend data, she would have hit $10,000 a month on January the 6th, 2020. $10,000 a month from full-length anime episodes. At that point, it's just pure theft. Tipster told me a while back that she had stopped uploading uncut anime reactions, but in the interest of good journalism and research, I decided to pledge $5 of my hard-earned money acquired from my wonderful Patreons to Susie Lou's Patreon to see what she was up to. It's like a Patreon ecosystem, isn't it? Pledge to my Patreon for more high-quality research. Okay, enough of the plug. Let's check out this Patreon. And, what's this? She's still doing it? Yes, folks, these are unedited with the full anime visible in the corner, hosted by Vimeo, whose guidelines state that no rips of movies, music, television, or any other third-party copyrighted material are allowed to be uploaded on their website. Patreon states that if potential online piracy is funded through, hosted, or located on their platform, they have a robust copyright procedure in place to facilitate the removal of those potential infringements, or in certain cases, termination of entire accounts. So Susie is in violation of some serious stuff over here. You can't tell me for 1 minute that this stuff is fair use and she's not violating copyright law. She is in 100% clear violation. We haven't checked on Steejo for a while, have we? Let's see what his Patreon looks like. Well, he's still uploading anime reactions, but it's unclear whether these are cut or not. Really can't tell. I don't really want to pay. And oh wait, what's this? Do you guys watch on Patreon because they're unedited or because they're fully visible? Would you rather for me to upload the fully edited? Steejo, no! How dim do you have to be to make this section public? So Steejo is still uploading uncut anime on his Patreon, a complete violation of copyright law and Patreon's own terms. Just remember, this guy studied law. He thought the anime reactions on Susie Lou's main channel was okay, he thought his own reactions on his main channel were okay, and he thought the uncut reactions on both their Patreons were okay. Where did this guy go to law school? So that seemed to be the end of Susie Lou's anime escapades. She was reduced to just watch-alongs on her main channel for Naruto and could only react to a select group of animes. But if there's one thing you should know about Susie Lou, it's that she's very persistent.
I am so excited to be recording this video right now. A couple of months back, I had this crazy idea about creating my own website. So I had this idea.
Such a bad idea.
In November. It is now the 29th of January, and I am so happy to announce that the website is going live tonight.
Oh no. Now, this website, susielou.co.uk, houses many different types of reactions for Susie Lou. According to her, once they get a subscription service rolled out, you'll be able to watch uncut reactions on her website instead. She's really
you know what, screw it. I fucked up. I screwed up.
For now, the home for the majority of her reactions
I missed a crown. I understand to each their own. I don't like Gigantamax though, it's silly. Gigantamax is just so bad. It's broken. It's so painfully broken.
From using their content, Tokyo TV will sue her. It seems to curb this, Susie Lou originally blocked the website in Japan. Susie, why did you think this would work? And it seems her website was already caught in legal trouble, as many of her links are in the Lumen database and were apparently DMCA'd and removed from Google. Obviously, as she isn't hosting content for other users, she doesn't have this function on her own site. She's just gonna get sued. You also can't turn ad block off on her website, which means that you're constantly giving her money for stealing other people's animes. So that's very ethical. At the end of the day, though, I really do think Susie and Sijo are past the point of no return.
Do I like yeah.
Absolute jokes in many serious communities, and will continue to
What is your name? Shion 13. I prefer Mega Evolution to Dynamax.
That's never gonna happen.
You know, at least with Mega Evolution, you know, you had to use a slot. With Dynamax, you can use like the Life Orb and you could break the game.
And is in violation of copyright law on a daily basis.
Sure, no problem.
Does everything they can to protect her, even if it means getting sued themselves. But hey, that's just how the cookie crumbles on this wonderful website, doesn't it? Thank you very much for watching, and I'll see you next time. Bye-bye.
I haven't even watched Dioreo's video. I probably should.
Make sure everyone is aware that John Swan's analytical critique of Suzy Liu has been taken down with a community guideline strike for cyberbullying and harassment. This is the video you've either seen from his own channel, where it accumulated over 80,000 views. If not, you've likely seen it on a variety of other channels like The Quartering, John Scarce, or Optimus, who use parts of it in their own respective content. There is a good chance that this video will also be removed, as well as my other two videos covering Suzy Liu, which could accumulate to 1 to 3 strikes on my own YouTube channel. I personally believe this situation is bigger than myself and bigger than my own channel. For that reason, I'm going to continue uncensored. In a case where this hypothetical becomes reality, please look to my Twitter at Nicholas Diorio to find where these videos can still be viewed during the appeal process. Thank you.
Suzy Liu is a reaction YouTuber with over 370,000 subscribers. As a self-professed businesswoman and control freak, she entertains her fan base of mostly older men by reacting to various animes, such as Naruto and My Hero Academia. On the surface, her content is nothing to be too fussed about. Sure, it's lazy, uninspiring, and you wouldn't catch me watching it. But behind that...
Can we stop talking about this? Like, this creeps me out.
On YouTube, controversy is inevitable. It doesn't matter how big or small your audience is. It doesn't matter what genre you may cover, and it certainly doesn't matter what your previous history has been. There comes a time where every YouTuber will find themselves in some sort of a YouTube drama. Sometimes it's bullshit, sometimes it's slander, sometimes it's an honest mistake, and sometimes you deserved it. Bottom line is that self-regulation existed on YouTube long before people started throwing around children's advertising laws and regulation. On a website like YouTube that cultivates what feels like a daily popularity contest on a skewed playing field, it's not uncommon for people to backstab each other, make uneducated claims about a serious subject, try to cheat the system, break the occasional law, butcher the occasional product launch, and maybe even host a disastrous convention. Obviously, these various issues have different degrees of severity, but the bottom line is everyone makes mistakes.
Agent S. Agent S is my favorite villager. That and Bo are up there.
Controversy with your career intact, despite whatever considerable hit you took during the drama. Despite what some may say, this system is good, and when someone does something morally gray, it's awesome that we can have an avenue to talk about these issues that can make a difference and hopefully help the people who have been wronged by whatever e-celebrity fucked up this week. Creators like Suzy Liu are a threat to this concept. YouTubers who abuse built-in support systems to silence creators who are critical of them are the worst of the the worst. Public figures who can't take jokes and go through the same avenues to silence satire are just as bad. The idea of being able to criticize a public figure exists through nearly every form of media publication, be it TV, newspapers, and digital media like articles and blogs. Back in January, I made a video discussing how Suzy Lu had been making approximately $10,000 a month from stealing from Tokyo TV by posting uncut anime episodes onto her Patreon in which she reacted to. She had also been terminated for her edited down content on YouTube, which does not fit the definition of fair use at all, but was reinstated approximately 48 hours later by her YouTube representative. Instead of taking this criticism and maybe pivoting her content, Suzy elected to create a separate website to dodge YouTube's copyright tools and safe harbor. She then posted her stolen content on her own platform. This is unironically one of the stupidest things I've ever heard. It will likely get her in legal hot water that she won't be able to get herself out of. An amazing video by John Swan covers it really well. Unfortunately, this video was removed due to the fucking community guidelines. This is why we're even talking about this today. Suzy Lu has been taking advantage of the global health crisis surrounding the coronavirus to have videos that are critical of her removed from YouTube. In YouTube's own statement here, they say creators will see an increase in video removals that may or may not violate policies, and there is also a massive delay in appeals. Since this statement has come out, 5 significant videos have been taken down in total that I'm aware of. She has a history of filing false flags to YouTube previously in an attempt to censor creators, even going as far to flag one creator named GG Reloaded for harmful and dangerous acts, which translates to physical violence. So she is so thin-skinned, she has done anything in her power to have content that highlights her missteps removed from the website in the past. The first of the community guideline strikes was on John Swan's second channel. To be clear, it came on March 30th. Created to determine the size of Suzy's forehead. Similar videos exist on Jack's Films and have accumulated hundreds of thousands of views on channels like Meme Insider. The fact that basic satire can now be considered cyberbullying and harassment is honestly a joke and incredibly dangerous to comedy on the website. That being said, this was by far the biggest offender. The part that makes this video's removal so ridiculous isn't the fact that it came down, it's the fact that Suzy was aware it was coming down and gloated on Twitter 20 hours before John was notified that the video had been taken down. She clearly got out ahead of this, and she clearly knows something we do not, but we'll get into that soon.
Hello, YouTube. I'm tagging as many YouTube people as I know just to get attention to this situation because it's pretty important. Recently, I've been aware of a situation where one of your employees might be compromised and might be making a big mistake. I'm not sure, but I'm gonna tell you what's going on.
Following the initial community guideline strike, just 3 days later, 3 more videos would go down on Tipster's channel. These were essentially podcast highlights, and the fact that they were removed for harassment is frankly unbelievable. Is it not interesting that she only flagged 3 of them? The number of strikes one would assume it would take to take down a channel? Well, YouTube combined those 3 flags into a single strike, and after reviews, John's video...
Do you like store-brand food?
Down. One of Tipster's videos was reinstated.
I guess, yeah, what kind?
In just 4 days, suddenly 4 videos went down that were all critical of Suzy Lu. It's kind of ironic that we're just 1 year past when she filed a false DMCA copyright strike on a YouTuber named Mark After Dark and was left with a slap on the wrist. She also falsely flagged 3 videos by GG Reloaded that I mentioned earlier, and she recently admitted that she lied to our faces last year when she refused to show the rest of her flag history, as she confirms to have flagged Tipster as well. The video of Tipster that went down last year was his conversation with a lawyer regarding the legality of copyright abuse. Nothing inside of it would remotely classify as breaking community guidelines. Fast forward another 7 days, and now John Swan's documentary, explaining all of these things to you in a well-edited masterpiece, has also found itself removed for violating YouTube's policy on, you guessed it, cyberbullying and harassment. This woman is so thin-skinned that she will silence any form of criticism that she can abuse through her tools and her channel manager at YouTube, which sounds to me like a Twitch mod that defected into the YouTube team, if you know what I mean.
So because you have this YouTube creator reacting to full-length animes, which is probably not under fair use, and then other YouTubers are criticizing her, and she's filing copyright strikes, this hypocrisy is going to make people want to make videos and talk about the situation. And that's exactly what happened. Now, many YouTubers in the commentary community, which is a very important community, that's what makes us a community, because they're talking about what's going on in the YouTube community. They're making videos talking about her being hypocritical, and now she has a YouTube contact that is flagging these videos and taking down this criticism flagged as harassment and bullying, which has now caused this whole commentary community to now make even more videos because of the injustice.
But don't just take my word for it. Take hers. On April 5th, she confirms that she reports videos
Like,
that she does not like.
yeah, I like Pop-Tarts.
Them on whether they violate the community guidelines. It's really weird timing that the videos started coming down after a year during this global pandemic where, I don't know, family members are dying to diseases. Yeah, right, now is the time that the videos start coming down after YouTube mentioned that they are understaffed at this time. She mentioned in her plain text that she has reported many videos. She also states that the reason she flags videos isn't because she feels harassed or bullied, she flags them because she's unhappy with them. Clearly this is a case of a woman who's got it all together. When someone tried to help her and commented that it's nearly impossible that YouTube would deem her so important that they would just take down videos because she reported them, Susie took it as a slight and admitted to everyone that she has a partner manager who she's sending these videos to. And that's exactly what's happening here.
I'm being spammed non-stop to make a video on this. And this is just getting bigger and bigger to the point that we're gonna see PewDiePie talking about this. I believe that somebody at YouTube is being manipulated by Susie Liu and taking down these videos because, like, they don't fall under bullying. Some may, but the ones that I've seen being taken down where they're interviewing a lawyer and to figure out if Susie Liu is breaking copyright law or not, how is that bullying and harassment? YouTube is going to look really, really bad if you guys don't do something about this Susie Liu situation, because this is a huge abuse of power. Either someone at YouTube is a fan of this girl and is like breaking the rules to shut down criticism, or someone at YouTube is being manipulated and thinks they're doing the right thing when really they're doing the wrong thing. Regardless, Susie Liu isn't going to be the one with egg on her face. It's going to be YouTube.
It's clear this woman is getting special treatment, and here she is confirming that a YouTube employee is complicit in these false takedowns through reporting.
Yeah, Pop-Tarts are
She
cool.
also went on to say on April 5th that if more content comes down, you should take it as a learning experience and take accountability. Besides this being a load of condescending bullshit, it implies that she has no plans to stop flagging videos 4 days before John Swan's video was eventually removed for the exact same thing. In this tweet, she says that people shouldn't be worried about false flagging if their content doesn't violate community guidelines. Wrong. People should be very worried when there's a YouTube partner manager aiding in your cover-up spree. Shortly after John's video went down, Susie argued with a fan and seemingly admitted to being the one who reported his newest video talking about all of this. Her defense for herself was to stop blaming her because YouTube were the ones that deemed the content to be harassment. This is completely dodging the question to whether she herself filed the false flag or contacted her YouTube partner. At the end of the day, what we have here is a woman who simply can't take any form of negativity. She dismisses any critique as a hate video. She abuses YouTube's tools to silence criticism of her brand. And she also threatened the quartering, which was really funny because that's probably the stupidest thing she could have done. If I can leave off on one statement, it's that I think people who do this need to be disciplined by YouTube. People who abuse a shortened staff at YouTube during a global pandemic are shit-tier people. Her YouTube contact needs to absolutely be investigated as well. This woman is trying to rally creators to take a stand on criticism so they can get away with their degenerate bullshit. If this becomes normalized, people like I'm Alex could theoretically have removed the videos that vindicated Slazo. People like Tati Westbrook would be able to silence creators like James Charles. But the people this shit really hurts is the little guy. It creates an avenue for massive YouTubers to crush smaller channels who discover something worthy of being talked about. Don't let this distract you from the fact that Susie Liu is planning to start peddling more uncut episodes of stolen anime content again on her website, despite the many DMCA claims that have been sent to her after she was making a minimum of $10,000 a month on Patreon in the month of January. Nothing would make me happier than seeing TV Tokyo getting her to pay what she fucking owes.
So, once again, very serious video.
Hey guys, welcome to, I don't even know what to call this.
I guess you
It's not
just
really,
call it
I
the
know.
last episode.
It's not really an episode. It's
So, I feel like...
Hey Nick, I'm back. If I was an animal, I guess otter. There definitely needs to be more otters in this game. I mean, Lyle's okay, but I think there could be some cool ones.
Obviously, if you guys are not aware, there is fair use, and the whole point of that is to take the original works, do something with it, make it different, and then make it your own. And that's a really big thing. So, hate video started on Monday accusing me of taking the piss out of copyright and putting through like fraudulent copyright claims and things like that. Fair use is such a gray area. That's the thing. Like,
She flagged your video because she was fucking mad because you were poking fun at her. So there's no way that Suzy Q would fucking remove the strike if you emailed her. She is so full of shit in that fucking email.
honestly, whether you like
Wow.
this or not, like nobody deserved to go through that over the Christmas period. I know for me, it definitely ruined my Christmas because my stress levels were just through the roof.
This is not a good look, Susie.
Wait a minute, it's all the stuff talking about the story. Wait a minute.
Yeah,
wait. A minute. Susie, no.
Why don't you shut your mouth?
I would never hold you
Seriously.
for your fans.
I don't even know who you are, Nicholas.
One of the first YouTubers I had the pleasure of covering was Suzy Lou. This was in late March of 2019, and in an effort to reduce the length of this video, I figured I'd link you to the original 30-minute video on my channel explaining what I'm about to say, but in significantly greater detail. For those who need a quick refresher, let's introduce ourselves to the players. Suzy Lou was, and still kind of is, a gaming YouTuber who frequently posted Let's Plays and other gaming-related content to her channel of over 300,000 subscribers. Her boyfriend Cjo is a lawyer and a fellow content creator. Well, at least I think he is. If he really was a lawyer like he claimed to be, then he really isn't a good one. My path crossed with Suzy Lou after she filed a false DMCA copyright strike on the YouTuber Mark After Dark, which she would eventually, reluctantly, retract after heavy pressure from the community. Part of the reason this was so polarizing and interesting was Suzy's public responses she had made, and to this day, keep in mind, these are her exact feelings about the issue of copyright.
What's
And
up,
these messages
Dominic?
will echo through the remainder of the video.
I sent the video to YouTube, asked them about fair use, and YouTube took it down. So, hate video started on Monday accusing me of, like, basically taking the piss out of copyright and putting through, like, fraudulent copyright claims and things like that. Fair use is such a gray area. That's the thing. Like, fair use will only ever really be decided by a judge in court. In my opinion, it's not a massive deal. It is certainly not Suzy Lou is abusing anything. At the end of the day, someone re-uploaded my content. It was not fair use and it was taken down. Fair use will only ever really be decided by a judge in court. At the end of the day, someone re-uploaded my content. It was not fair use and it was taken down.
The video she's discussing can be seen in the background right next to the original clip. Note the duration. There were also things added and removed, along with editing to the audio. It was a normal joke to poke fun at one of Suzy's most absurd overreactions. And it was completely fair use. Shortly after the strike was filed by Suzy Lou, channels who begun covering the situation like Tipster and GG Reloaded had begun to have their videos taken down and community guideline strikes to be placed on their accounts. She appeared on a live show with myself, Keemstar, Tipster, Augie RFC, Boblax, and some others where she showed her flag history.
One at a time, one at a time. I got 5 minutes.
Alright, then show your flag history. We don't need
We need to see your flag history. I don't care. I want to see your flag history. I mean, this is vital. If you want to prove your innocence, you got to show your flag history.
One at a time. Why would I care to prove my innocence to to a bunch of nobodies.
We need to see that you 100% did not flag Tipster.
Okay, that's fine. Then you can have that. It's really not a big deal.
Oh, no. Well, you gotta see video. We can't see that.
We need the screen share.
We need the screen share.
Oh,
We need
whoa, hold on.
Lots of GG Reloaded though.
Yeah, lots of GG Reload.
No. Yeah, we can't.
And you can
have
look. You can scroll down too. Like, where's the scroll?
Oh my.
Wait.
Look on the right-hand side. You can scroll down.
This is not a good look, Susie.
Wait a minute, it's all the stuff talking about the story. Wait a minute.
Yeah,
wait. A minute. Susie, no.
Oh my god.
Which is all she would allow us to have, by the way. She had shown her 3 false flags on GG Reloaded's account, 2 of which were for hateful and abusive acts, and 1 was harmful and dangerous acts, which translates to physical violence. What Susie Lou confirms here is that she's perfectly fine with silencing any criticism of herself and filing false strikes that could have caused GG Reloaded and others, probably Tipster, to lose their own channels. Keep in mind she refused to screen share and scroll down, so we have no idea how many videos were actually reported, but she implies in the following clip that it's all of them. It sounds to me like she's been going directly to her YouTube contact that she just
Hey, Beck. Yeah, I'm chilling.
and weaponizing YouTube's support feature for abuse.
So the channels in question are currently being investigated, so that's some really good news. Yeah, I'm leaving it in YouTube's hands now. They're aware of literally all the hate videos, and they're looking into them all, so.
Quote, they are aware of literally all the hate videos and are looking into them now.
So after the internet found out that Susie Lou filed and then retracted a false DMCA copyright strike, and that she files false flags and abused the reporting system because of her inability to receive criticism, her past issues had begun to come back up. For instance, apparently Susie had been previously terminated for copyright abuse back in 2015. From what I've been able to dig up, I believe she was claiming accounts had been impersonating major companies to remove her from the website. I have yet to see any evidence of this, but it would be smart if someone who's fully aware what false strikes are, to not file them on other creators. Her reaction to the Lion King trailer that was posted around this time was significantly less transformative, and she was criticized in that regard. And last but not least, she used her own channel to literally restream the 2016 election content to her audience from her main channel with no deviations from the actual BBC stream, which is in direct violation of copyright.
This is the type of stuff on YouTube that pisses me off. This is a live stream. This is a YouTuber doing that live stream. Now, do you see this YouTuber in this video? Or is this stream just pure theft of BBC content?
All of these reasons were enhanced by her genuinely obnoxious attitude and undeserved overconfidence about the situation. She quite literally was the kind of person who told a McDonald's worker that they don't deserve a pay raise, where her weekly paycheck comes from making YouTube videos. In case you think I'm joking, I'm not. In regards to the criticism from that outrageous statement, her boyfriend Stejo responded by asking, "Do you know how much effort and sacrifice that goes into being a YouTuber? Like, are you joking?" So clearly this woman is charming, and her boyfriend is an intellectual. 2 perfect human beings with no flaws to be had. The kind of people with the big boy YouTube jobs making that big boy YouTube money, and none of us haters can say a goddamn thing about it. Anyways, that's a basic summation of where we were and where we left off back in March. Since then, however, Susie Lou has found herself in one of the most poetic and ironic situations I've ever heard. And for some reason...
I'm playing with around motherfucking money. I'll show you a big old... I just got mermaid money, nigga.
I can't put...
Oh my god.
Exactly that reason might be.
Got piggy bank in the middle money, nigga.
Susie Lou
Wow.
is transitioning her content into Jinx-style reaction videos and watching full-length anime shows like Naruto. No, I'm not joking. The girl who famously tweeted out that she owns the copyright to her face and we're at fault for using it has now begun to watch full-length anime videos on her YouTube channel.
Mitchell, look, I can explain. You lied to me. No, that wasn't the deal. He told me.
Was that the plan?
Oh, I forgot to mention, to avoid any copyright on my end, I replaced all of the Naruto footage with my own gameplay of Hunt Down the Freeman, because it amuses me. Eventually her videos would start to be cut down, and now I believe she doesn't even show any of the footage on the newest episodes at all. However, I have absolutely no idea why she or her lawyer boyfriend would think it's a good idea that she should actually consider doing.
Right. What did I walk in on? Let's see. Doing Crown Island and watching Suzy Lou videos.
So naturally the copyright holder
Nicholas
tracked down all this
Diorio.
stuff, and her channel had begun to receive a lot of claims that were blocking episodes worldwide. Because of course they fucking did. And some
Yeah.
of these videos were even awarded the coveted copyright strikes. The flagger, who was once the hunter, has now become the hunted. And this time it was her channel that was in danger.
And now,
Bitch, please. I can explain.
you have my permission to die.
Damn.
Is there not an easier way to do it?
These videos amuse me. Well, this week, for a full day, Suzy Lou's channel was completely terminated for violating copyright. However, it wouldn't stay down for long. So update. Future Nick here. While I'm recording this, she just dropped another new video talking about the situation, and she's now claiming that her final strike was a glitch, and this is why YouTube actually reinstated her account. Apparently, there was some exploit that allowed you to live stream with 2 strikes on her channel, and she thought, you know what, that's a fantastic idea. Big brain move, whatever, okay. So she showed that she was terminated for this stream here, and I don't exactly believe her. I mean, let's be honest, her bright idea was to stream a full anime episode while she was 1 strike away from termination. Listen, is anybody here in the audience, anybody at all, is there anybody in the audience that is shocked that this went horribly wrong? Jesus fucking Christ.
It's nice to see him struggle.
Suzy made a statement that she attempted to reach out to her YouTube representative, who, keep in mind, is still on holiday break as well, and not even supposed to be in the fucking office since it's between Christmas and New Year's, but I digress. YouTube reinstated her channel within 24 hours. I have to ask Suzy, what kind of representative of YouTube is this? When you send them a creator's video, they go down for community guideline strikes. You claim you contacted one in regards to your copyright strike that you gave to Mark After Dark, and you were reinstated after a termination within 24 hours on a holiday break? What is this, the Twitch staff? How come Twoon's representative took what felt like months to get his channel back from hackers? What kind of YouTube plug do you have, Suzy? Because they should be investigated for enabling your behavior. There are other people who have been terminated from YouTube who don't even get an email back from a human being. People lose monetization for rules
Yeah.
that don't even exist, and they don't get the support you do. Why is that, Suzy? I'm not sure. I'd love for you to answer it.
I get out and I walk and I walk out just completely naked. Just completely naked towards my dad.
In the time since this happened, she put all the reaction videos on a different channel called Suzy and Steejo Reacts, seemingly unaware that if this one goes down as well, she'll likely lose her main channel anyway. But that's not even the bulk of the new drama that surrounds Suzy's new business venture. Apparently her lawyer boyfriend didn't advise her against uploading full uncut anime on her Patreon. Just to be clear, there are nearly 200 episodes of just Naruto alone being uploaded from here through Vimeo.
This is never over. I win. They fucking lose. That's how the world fucking works.
Speed it up, guys.
They get ruled by people like me. My ancestors fucking enslaved those pieces of fucking shit.
Oh my god.
In these videos, she's not even trying to make them transformative, and this is blatantly in violation of Patreon's policy. If you're wondering how much she's making, I've had to retake the screenshot over and over again, since apparently this YouTube controversy has helped her steal content on Patreon. She now has, let me just check one more time, 1,791 Patreons at this time of recording. She hides exactly how much she's making, but there's only one tier, and it's for $5. This means And I'm not joking, she's making $8,955 a month
Damn.
to watch full uncut stolen content on Patreon. I'm sure this won't be permanent, as I would assume she'll get some sort of letter in the mail or a termination notice on Patreon or both. But wait, there's another great, bright idea coming.
So I've decided that in a couple of weeks' time, when my website is up and running, all the usual Naruto videos that you guys are used to are going to be up on my website for free. You're going to be able to go to the website and watch them exactly the same as you've been watching them on this channel. Now, in regards to the website, I'm so excited for that because we're going to have endless possibilities. We're not going to be stuck having to deal with YouTube's policies, because at the end of the
That's just stupid. Like, do they realize that? Does she realize that just because they're not gonna deal with YouTube's policies, she's gonna deal with freaking like DMCA's?
be in control of the situation. Now, obviously, that doesn't make you completely safe from the DMCA, but what it does make you safe from is the fact that you own the website. So if someone really wants to take a video of yours down, then they have to give you a lot more information than what YouTube gives you, and that's something that you can work with.
Keep in mind, we spiraled from I own the copyright of my face to making nearly $9 grand a month off of stolen content. And now she's gonna start her own website far, far away from us, which I wholeheartedly support. It sounds like a train wreck of an idea, and I'd love to watch it crash. But now, in Susie's latest video, and you're not gonna believe this, she has decided they will be suing TV Tokyo.
A couple of days ago, I done a video talking to you guys about TV Tokyo and this bot that they keep chucking onto YouTubers. It's not just me, it's so many other people, it's a joke. And I can't actually get too into it because it's now a legal case behind the scenes. But we're coming for you, okay? We are coming for you.
A continent-to-continent international lawsuit, mind you. Susie Lou is gonna sue them for striking down the full uploaded anime episodes. No, this is real. Oh God, this is real. So to that I say, good luck. Because
Right.
You have no fucking chance in hell of winning that, but I'll be enjoying every second. A serial copyright abuser was finally terminated on YouTube. This is something the community was rallying for between a bunch of different creators for a very long time. People like Susie Lou and Onision create large issues for their peers on YouTube by violating copyright to silence any form of criticism. I myself have been very careful with the language that I've used in this video to avoid anything from the creator-on-creator harassment policy.
Why are we still here? Just to suffer. Every night, I can feel my leg.
And I have to do this because Susie literally is known for abusing the report button, but nothing ever happens. In case this video goes down, I guess check my BitChute, because that's about the only thing a creator my size can do about this. Especially when she's got a manager who's as dedicated and clueless as he or she appears to be. What this was an example of a degenerate on the website being removed. Something YouTube rarely ever does, and they immediately went back on it. I don't care if she loses her YouTube or her Patreon. I'm not trying to deplatform her, but when it happened, outside of my control, I didn't shed a fucking tear for Susie Lou. It was a nice, brief feeling that YouTube had their shit together for once on this miserable platform. Of course, that was short-lived as well. And when she gets on her account gloating that she's above criticism and now apparently above accountability, I mean, what do you expect?
I knew we were going to be totally fine, and I guess that made it kind of funny when I started seeing like the usual suspects of the drama community getting all excited about it, and it's just funny to me because it really brings like all your haters out of the woodwork, and you're just kind of sitting there like with your popcorn like, fine guys. So yeah, I hope you guys feel at least a little bit stupid. You know, people like to spread rumors, and people love to bang on like, yeah, well, she said this in the past, and she one time struck this guy, but even though she took the strike off, we hate her. It's like, you're boring, mate. You're boring. So yeah, I was well aware there's a lot of people like, oh my god, Susie, people are doing videos on you, and I'm just like, am I this famous? I have to. This is what like James Charles and all of them go through. I honestly didn't think that any issues that I was having really warranted anyone caring that much, especially like haters and stuff like that. So thank you for making me feel so. That's very nice.
Susie Liu once believed that fair use was subjective, and now it appears she believes it's selective. She selectively applies it to whatever suits her business.
Hey, great news. Susie Liu's got her channel back. She just uploaded today. And, yeah, so Tipster, you lost. Susie is back on YouTube, back on her channel. She's got her channel back. Yay. And I'm glad, because you falsely accused her of stealing content. Thank you. Bye.
This topic by a vast number of creators. The description will have a link for that.
Grammarly?
Thanks, Grammarly. Freaking skip your stupid ass ad.
I would never hold you
Seriously.
responsible for your fans.
I don't even know who you are, Nicholas. At the end of the day, the issue was between me and Mark.
Oh, you will.
And then me and Tipster.
A lot of people are gonna call her Mundane Matt 2.0. And if you don't know,
Look at all those tabs! I have a lot of tabs open, but I have...
Is that reporting?
But nothing...
Now wait a minute! What the fuck?
So, I've been not the best place mentally.
Now wait a minute! No!
Mundane Matt had an almost identical story around 6 months ago. But I think it's important to note that this isn't Mundane Matt 2.0. That term has been thrown around a lot. Mundane Matt never filed a DMCA strike on a channel. Mundane Matt never got videos actually taken down. As far as I'm concerned, Susie is worse than Mundane Matt. And the best part is, Susie hasn't learned a fucking thing. Most of these guys don't. Don't believe me? Let's check in with Just Destiny.
LT Cobra better YouTuber. It's a faggot.
She still sees herself as a victim. And as far as I'm concerned, she needs to be an example. Her credibility should never recover. What do you think, Susie?
Now, I don't even know where to start, because at the end of the day, the copyright thing is between myself, YouTube, and the channel in question. And at this point, it is literally just slander for the sake of views.
You can't have any legitimate criticism against Stajo or Susie Liu in regards to this conversation or the situation. You can't even ask them any questions or try to start a dialogue with them about the situation. It's either you see it their way or you're wrong.
The channels have been flagged, and basically they're just looking into it at this point. And I know for a fact that a lot of the videos, they're just hate videos for the sake of it, you know. So the channels in question are currently being investigated, so that's some really good news.
But it looks like Susie Liu is just going to double down on this situation. Rather than just admitting, hey, she goofed and retracting the strike, she's going to double down and insist that she believes that her use of the content, or rather Mark After Dark's use of her content, was not fair use, and she's going to maintain the strike on his channel.
It kind of reminds me why I've never really enjoyed like the hate channels or the drama channels or just things like that, because I mean they literally only exist to blow everything out of proportion so that you only see their opinion, so that you get frustrated, so that you then go and attack somebody else. That is the point.
I would disagree with that.
To a T. You see it all the time.
Hey, Nicholas Diorio, we in this shit, son? That's how I feel when I get up out of bed. I got money on my mind, pretty women on my head. I'ma hustle till I'm rich, or until a nigga dead. You know
Okay, Nicholas Diorio, your end music kind of creeps me the fuck out. Wow, Nicholas Diorio.
So, once again, very...
Wow, this Onision investigation is so complex. It's been going for like 10 years. I don't even know where to start. Wait, who are you?
It is I, your favorite human, Hunter Avalone, here back with another video.
Give this video a like if you hate Onision. That's right, smash that like button like Onision smashes girls fresh out of 10th grade.
Wait, what? People are trying to fund a documentary on Kickstarter, but Tro made one for free. What the fuck? Chris Hansen's interviewing a Tumblr blog? What the hell is going on? What do you mean everyone with less than 100 followers on Twitter is a Greg alt? Excuse me, no. Billy the Fridge is not a predator.
I still don't know. It's all allegations, but there's a lot of them.
No, it's
So-
real. It was straight up R. Kelly sex cult shit. And he's married to this girl who's now going trans male, female to male, which is super weird because that's kind of his thing, is that he wants women to dress like men. I don't know what this person's sexual orientation is, but she's in on it.
But the thing is, he's literally gonna end up being locked up by the FBI because he's a danger to said society. It's a bit ironic in the end.
And she's done this sort of thing to a lot of people, trying to make them look like the enemy, basically attacking people who are her own supporters.
You had no business going into her inbox and asking those invasive questions. Old dude had no business showing up in her inbox, gassing her up about being doxxed and being endangered. And then to come at me because I gave my opinion on
God, Diorio's laugh.
Like, who are you and what are you entitled to?
Okay, before we get started, I'd like to take a minute to establish once again this video is in no way pro-Onision. I am not an Onision fan or supporter, and one doesn't need to be either of those things to sit back and enjoy the following trash fire. Onision has a well-documented history of degeneracy, one that spans back literal years. It is likely for this reason that Onision detractors would attract their own degenerate members to join in the rank of the #deplatform predators anti-Onision movement, forming one of the most toxic communities on the website. It goes without saying that not all people who oppose Onision would be classified as an anti-O nutjob. I respect creators like Repsion, Edwin Generations, and guys like The Right Opinion, who would likely classify themselves as being anti-Onision. However, when we are dealing with social media sites like Tumblr, Twitter, and Reddit, let's just say it was inevitable for some of the true intellectuals to enter and deface the movement. For creators and fans alike who have no idea what I'm talking about, let me introduce you to the reason why your videos on Onision that are currently holding your income afloat do so well. No, sweetie, you need to understand what PTSD is and have some respect for victims rather than incessantly harassing them to try to get a reaction so you could make 3K on a YouTube video like Nick is. Fuck you.
Yeah, we're working on it. Nick's channel will be deleted.
No, Onision is making poor choices. Leave these girls the fuck alone. Period. Stop talking to them, stop harassing them, and just fuck off.
Tax evasion, reckless endangerment, child neglect, fraud.
Good thing he filmed it too. Looks like your case is based on nothing. Sorry, the evidence speaks for itself, kid.
Troll projects, trolling onto an honest person because that's the only defense they have now. Another day on the internet.
PTSD, look it up and shut up. Don't speak on a topic when you have no clue what it means. To go
Hey,
hell,
because
because
he has
he
some
has
parents
no
that are
justification
violent
no
people.
justification for all of you say that to Onision's victims who are receiving
He
threats
hasn't
and
paid
rape
his
threats
taxes,
daily
you idiot.
from
He's going
anonymous
to jail.
insane incels
Look
on
up
the internet
PTSD,
trying to get a
exploiting a
reaction
mental
out of them
illness
so
as
you
some
can make
kind of
money
smear
off of
tactic
YouTube
is
is helping a real predator, and you're cheering it on. She apologized. Nick doesn't care because he loves attacking her and making money off of it. He started this himself.
Oreo did
Shiloh
not
knows
handle
she
this
has
right at
PTSD.
all.
You
Whether
don't
or
get
not
to
he
exploit that
intended
for
to,
smear
he brought a
campaigns
lot
to
of
support a
unnecessary and
rapist and
unneeded
call the
heat
moral
to
high
Sarah's
ground
fundraiser by
by
Nick.
questioning her and then leaking DMs rather than telling Sarah his concerns, which then brought more people out of the woodwork.
Wow, Nicholas Diorio.
Realizes from this experience not to do that, but I'm not holding my breath. We'll see. Okay, in case you weren't looking at the screen, those were all from the exact same person, picked up by my spam filter in rapid succession. I've never seen anything like this kind of dedication before, and I'm not sure if I should be impressed or horrified. Before filming this video, I traversed my way onto the r/Onision subreddit, where I saw many posts that piqued my interest. Comments like, if you're defending a guy like Onision, you're probably a lot like him, seem to be a mainstay for the anti-Onision. It's their generic cop-out for anyone who attempts to question part of their intricate story. Don't think something adds up? Well, you must fuck kids. You think Chris Hansen might be milking this for money? Well, he must have had you take a seat at some point in your life, you predator. Comments like this one right here are really indicative of the wider community issue. I can almost guarantee that anyone who's had a disagreement with the NTOs has had some shit like this spammed into their mentions, even if it could have been a misunderstanding. This post right here indicates a woman is having nightmares about Onision content. She has never directly contacted him, but was influenced in her formative years, whatever the fuck that means. She's having repeating nightmares where Onision has come to confront her and many of the anti-O's in person. So she's essentially saying that she's having nightmares akin to what you'd find on a fucking Twitter timeline. These people need some serious help. When John Swan released his video and collaboration with The Right Opinion, explaining why Onision's actions are probably not in violation of any law pertaining to grooming, be it state or federal, many anti-O accounts lost their minds, as it kind of spit in the face of their OK Groomer movement that's targeting Onision. One fan took it upon themselves to say that what Onision did is illegal. And do you know what their evidence for this was? Well, I don't know either. This was the whole post. John's in-depth discussion and citation of Washington state and federal law are, well, invalid because, well, I said so. And if that's not a characteristic of the entire movement, well, I don't know what is. One Reddit user created an entire post dedicated to why Onision can be a bad person without actually breaking a law. And this is a point that nobody is arguing. Like, no shit, someone could be a bad person without violating state or federal law. This is YouTube, for fuck's sake. We see this shit all the time. Jeffree Star and I'm Alex are horrible people for a multitude of reasons, but that doesn't mean they should be in jail for every single one of them. This is a moral versus legal argument, but I'm spending way too much time having this educational debate. Fuck that, forget that. The reason that we're talking about this specific post is that this Leah woman claims to be writing an entire essay on why this is the case, and that's fucking hilarious. I really wish there was some way we could speed up time to see if she actually oh my god, wait, we have it. Wait, that's the essay. It's on screen right now. Someone has actually written a literal essay in response to the criticism. This is fucking ridiculous. Clayton Was Hanged wrote, if you think the anti-O community is a bunch of SJWs and assume that it's all blind hatred, Clayton Was Hanged genuinely fucking hopes that your loved ones or yourself end up in an abusive relationship. And he thinks you're worthless, useless, mentally retarded piece of shit. He also asks that you commit not alive in Minecraft, of course. Let me be honest. Before we continue, this dude is a minority of a minority. Even the anti-O's saw this dude as too hardcore for their style. Anyways, he continues by saying, I'm so over these abuser apologists. I've been abused before. My god, these fucking special ed ass cunts. I fucking hate these people.
Oh my god.
Goddamn video by CDB channel or whatever the fuck his name is, and the fucking
Wow, Diorio.
wishes they'd catch the coronavirus and die from that shit.
Oh my god.
Okay, so let's be honest. This one was probably some kind of troll. Oh, fuck. Oh, wait. Look at his post history. Oh, God, it's consistent. Oh, God, he wrote under r/unpopular opinion that people who don't believe in cyberbullying should have a family member commit suicide. Oh, my God.
What the hell?
Oh, fuck. If you enter the various Onision Tumblr blog, you'll find comments such as this one right here that is attempting to collaborate with the most well-known members of the anti-O community to create an anti-O inspired fan fiction. That's right, we're now creating fan fictions for these sexual deviant allegations. What the fuck is this? But this begs a bigger question. The first statement just picked apart a random anti-O account at the lower level, but who are the bigger anti-Os? Well, besides Shiloh, who else is creating and cultivating the stereotype? I'd love to sit and talk to you about how some random in my comment section declared that my opinion on Shiloh was irrelevant because I am quote-unquote in my 20s. Like, I don't know, nearly every victim involved in the fucking allegations. Or about how I only had to make a video telling people I'm not a doxer because she quote-unquote hurt my feelings. Or how people claim any kind of questions or criticism is me attacking an Onision victim. Or even how calling out a massive fucking hypocrite would somehow be wrong if she suffered from PTSD. Listen, I'd really love to do that, but I have to stay on subject, so I've enlisted the help of a few friends to do that for me.
Bro, you go after a teenager to ask her why she needs money? You probably have no life. And you said skeptical when you meant suspicious. You only need to put the word Onision in the title of your video and make money by using her story. Many YouTubers like yourself can produce videos about Onision because strong women like Shiloh and Sarah had the courage to speak up. If you want to talk about morals, you owe her money. She gave you something to talk about for 2 months. But all these YouTubers make videos against Onision do not care about the well-being of these young women at all. But the truth is, they do have a very large moral obligation to them.
You can't make a video about the Anti-O's without talking about their enabler, Chris Hansen. I'm pretty sure this guy is one of the biggest reasons that people have been analyzing the current available information and theorizing Onision will be going to jail. Chris Hansen thrusted himself into the Onision story during his big YouTube comeback, where he tried to recapture the success of the content he created for Dateline NBC. His work as a television host had become infamous among the community. Clips of To Catch a Predator found a home on YouTube in such an explosive way that it rivals the success the show The Office found on Netflix. To be blunt about it, this was kind of a big deal.
911, what are you reporting?
Hi, there's a person who's been stalking me online and they just showed up to my house.
Okay, and what do we know his name at all?
It's Chris Hansen.
The difference between what Chris was doing on his television show and what he's been doing on his YouTube channel is really significant. It's no secret that Chris didn't do almost any of the back-end work on the television show when he was hosting. Chris was quite literally the guy who walked out and spoke to predators. The legwork itself was done by teams of professionals who often were aided by the help of their local police department. The Anti-O's don't seem to realize that it's quite literally just Chris Hansen investigating Onision, and not NBC's entire cast of To Catch a Predator. Today, Chris Hansen's operations are practically a one-man show, with his only associate being a sketchy lawyer, and his now former associate, Vincent Nicotra. You may know him as a serial crybaby, vicious doxer, and copyright abuser, who's now apparently suing Chris Hansen for harassment. This is fine. Chris's current business model is comparable to an alternate reality, where co-chairman John York of the San Francisco 49ers took the field single-handedly in the Super Bowl to face off against the entirety of the Kansas City Chiefs. It's just a disaster. Naturally, this caused some major issues for the case.
Do you feel like he's just kind of running his YouTube channel?
I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know anymore. I don't trust anybody to help us in this situation. At this point, I don't trust anyone. That's specifically why I had them send me the laptop back so I can get it to the proper people.
Chris Hansen mishandled a laptop filled with evidence by passing it off to the mentally unwell Vincent Nicotra. Vincent was in possession of the laptop for literal months when the greater community and Sarah herself believed it was with the FBI. This lackadaisical fuck-up could have quite frankly botched the entire investigation as we know it, considering the vast majority of the critical evidence that we're publicly aware of from the investigation exists on that.
Okay, I'll check Twitter. Hold on. What'd you send me, Twitter?
Chain of custody
this is for you.
Could have actually made the evidence inadmissible.
Aww, thank you. I liked it.
To get this laptop thrown the fuck out, Vincent actually publicly stated that he planned to copy the hard drive, which is an admission that he intended on tampering with this vital evidence. Only time will tell if this contributes to a disappointing showing, implying this situation ever makes it to criminal court in the first place.
Or we're having a hard time finding people that are actual victims.
But a fuck-up of this magnitude hasn't stopped Chris Hansen. In fact, Hansen has almost exclusively covered this story for months until very recently, which we will also be talking about. Chris has interviewed various victims like Sarah and Shiloh. He's also interviewed creators like Blair White and Repsion. What's funny to me is this situation started out with a lot of momentum. Chris was bringing light to the Onision allegations, which were getting significantly more exposure than ever before, which would prove to be a good and bad thing as we know. Massive creators were joining to create one of the biggest crossovers on the website, and he was really pushing the fact that an FBI investigation was a real possibility, and then he kept doing that.
Hey everyone, Chris Hansen here on Have a Seat with Chris Hansen. Thanks so much for joining us tonight. I appreciate it very much. We're going to continue this evening on our investigation of Onision.
And then he kept doing that.
Good evening, everyone. Chris Hansen here, and you are having a seat with me on my YouTube channel.
And then he kept doing that.
Good evening, everybody, and welcome to Have a Seat with Chris Hansen.
Ew.
To the point where the quality control of the guests has completely bottomed out, and we are now cashing in on interviewing fucking Tumblr blogs. That's not a joke. We're interviewing fucking Tumblr blogs. We have gone from interviewing affected parties and notable YouTubers all the way down the rabbit hole to Tumblr blogs.
I could tell he was just completely hollow as a human being.
Like there's just nothing inside of him. Whatever the vital component it is that makes a human being, he just doesn't have it.
In the following episode, Chris teased an update to the quote-unquote FBI investigation, and instead, he delivered Holly Hayes. Holly is a special character to this investigation. If you didn't realize that this was a cash grab before the stream, I'm pretty sure you're about to become very aware of that right now. When Chris Hansen asked Holly how she first became aware of who Onision was, Holly replied back by saying that she saw him in a thumbnail once in 2011, and this practically sent shivers down her spine.
I kid you not, every hair on my body stood up on end. I just immediately got vibes of like there's something so wrong with this person, and ever since then, I've been following his career.
She followed this up by saying it's like when you check someone's temperature by feeling their forehead.
Okay, Dominic.
You could feel the darkness resonating off of him.
Like, you know when someone has a fever and you put your hand up to the forehead and you could feel the heat coming off them?
I've never heard of that. I've never heard of that.
Jesus fucking Christ! I don't know if Chris was reluctant to screen guests, or what his thought process was if he even had one. But Holly went on to say some incredible things. The most insane one was where she insinuated that Onision now has confirmed kills.
On the more severe side, I have literally had people starve themselves to death because of Onision.
Is that even true?
Rhetoric on YouTube.
Now, when you say starve yourself to death, people didn't actually die.
No, they died.
You have cases where somebody died in relation to starvation.
Yep.
We're off OK Groomer now. We're not calling him a predator anymore. Apparently now Onision is Charles fucking Manson, and just watching his videos alone has caused people to starve to death. I fact-checked this information because Holly stated there was evidence on her blog, which is literally just filled with fucking user-submitted posts that are now plopped on the page and apparently believed just because someone typed it. Why use evidence at all when we have her fucking Tumblr blog? What I did find was a post titled "He Murdered My Friend," saying that Onision was responsible for the original poster's friend's death, who unfortunately overdosed after posting a suicide note to Facebook that notably didn't directly source Onision. I do feel bad for the poster, and this wasn't placed here to be a punchline. I'm sure the poster of this comment genuinely was just looking for answers and maybe landed on Onision as a source of closure. But what is the fucking punchline is that this Holly woman, who was cited as a reliable source on Chris Hansen's live stream, is literally claiming that this is evidence Onision's actions are literally killing people.
Finally!
But when Chris is faced with an outrageous
Okay.
what do you think he does?
You have
Hey,
cases
Zed,
where
what's up?
Somebody died in relation to starvation.
Yep.
Tell me about that case.
So the sister of the girl who died.
Ooh, your headphones broke?
came on
Ooh.
Tumblr to announce her death because she was like fairly popular in like, I guess, the eating disorder community.
Well, he just lets them keep fucking talking. Not, oh, can I get a screenshot? Not, oh,
What's up, Azatrax? How are you?
fucking scam artist. He's
I'm working on Crown Island right now.
platform a Tumblr blog with 90 Twitter followers.
So here's the thing. I'm working on Crown Island, so if you hear audio,
The InfoWars of Predator investigations. But if you've heard him called something similar, odds are it's not because of this, and actually because of one of his more recent streams on a different subject entirely. Chris Hansen is here to tell you about how to be safe during a global pandemic. No, I'm not joking. The Dateline NBC guy who was known for taking down predators is now taking down pathogens.
Good evening and welcome to a very special edition of Have a Seat with Chris Hansen. I'm Chris Hansen, and tonight I don't have to tell you that the coronavirus is gripping this country, this world in a way a pandemic has never gripped it in my lifetime.
I just don't really like Hansen.
Interview a company who claims to have pandemic-ending, bleeding-edge technology. It's a good thing that our retired television host was here to convey this information, as it couldn't possibly be a cash grab. You know, after, at the time of recording, nearly 800 people were pronounced dead in Italy, sharply raising the death percentage in the area. Surely this righteous Onision investigator wasn't just firing up a stream to make a quick buck off a tragedy. We're getting ahead of ourselves. Let's introduce ourselves to the company. The company, of course, is named Nanovapor Bio. Nanovapor Bio... Oh, Jesus. Nanovapor Biotech has claimed to create something that can destroy and suppress the coronavirus quickly for up to 70 total days on literally any surface.
We've, our company, Nanovapor Biotech, has come up with a solution. We have a non-toxic, water-based, no residue product that can be applied to any surface. And not only does it immediately kill the virus, but incredibly, our research is showing that it will kill
Crown Island. Crown Island. I'm working on Crown Island.
for up to 70 to 90 days.
70 to 90 days.
And if that sounds too good to be true, well, that's because it probably is. This might just be pessimistic of me to say, but I doubt the people who have found the solution to the ongoing pandemic would be paying the former television host Chris Hansen for an ad read. And I use the word paid very loosely because I'm assuming this by the literal ad read here, and I'm sure this guy got some sort of revenue.
So this is technology that, for instance, was used to clean a fuel tank of some sort using this, and correct me if I'm wrong.
Oh my God, Chris Hansen, you're so dropping the ball.
To disperse and effectively use antibacterials, antiviral chemicals to kill this virus for 70 to 90 days.
So this is nanotechnology.
If this was in fact a paid promotion, Chris did not disclose it anywhere in the description or his various social media posts about the subject. This is something that can't really be proven. However, I wouldn't put it past him since he's literally promoting OnlyFans accounts for $60 on Cameo.
Chris Hansen here, Hansen versus Predators. To catch a predator and have a seat with Chris Hansen on, we need everyone to have a seat because Honey Milk is finally projecting OnlyFans. Daily uploads and direct communication. That's onlyfans.com/hun3yx.
There is nothing this guy wouldn't do for money.
I'd like to give a big shout out to Nicholas Diorio.
Chris Hansen wants you to know that the coronavirus is here, and he's going to continue to tell it to take a seat until O.J. Simpson can keep playing golf.
Hey, Twitter world, yours truly. Well, we got to finish our round of golf today. They said they were going to close the golf course at one point. I'm just saying, and if you do close them, you better open up some insane asylums. Get me a bed, because I know if I can't play golf for the next month, I'm going to go crazy.
Because the last thing anyone here wants is for an O.J. Simpson that loses control, but I digress. Chris has been pandemic posting for the last few days, collecting some Twitter points and notoriety through the situation. And to nobody's surprise, he's been heavily criticized for it. Some anti-Onision accounts are reaching DEFCON levels never before seen as they panic to evade Chris Hansen blocking them after criticizing him only to say that what he's done for the Onision investigation has been stellar so far. I'm sure I would call it stellar.
Join me tonight for a special edition on my YouTube channel, Have a Seat with Chris Hansen. We'll take you to the front lines in the battle against a predator known as COVID-19.
If this sounds ridiculous to you, that's because it actually is. If these people sound like they were born yesterday, that's because they actually were. The Nanovapor Biotech website was literally registered from GoDaddy.com one day before the stream with Chris Hansen. I mean, let's be honest here for a second. Nanovapor Biotech sounds like they just took 4 science-y words and slapped them together. I don't know what kind of promises that we were expecting to see kept here. Is this some kind of fucking joke?
So this is nanotechnology. This is a molecule that forms these bonds that, when sprayed on a surface using proprietary nanotechnology...
It doesn't even sound real.
You can even put this on your hands, and your hands would kill the virus for up to 24 hours. So it's a very safe product.
I think it's fake.
It's the nanotech! Well, let's look at their Facebook page, because we'll probably get the answers that we're looking... Oh shit, it's got 1 like and it looks like it's just been created. Oh, well, okay, maybe that's not terrible. Maybe the Twitter... Oh, Jesus Christ, they have less than 5 followers. Well, when you check out their website, you can go see their medical paper showcasing their medical research. And what you'll find is some very conclusive stuff. The research by Nanovapor was done on-site at private medical clinic. Yes, this product works so well that the clinic that performed the test doesn't even want their fucking name associated with it.
The overwhelming scientific consensus that they were trying to sell you on, that this is a very good product, it's so effective that they can prove it in only 2 pages with large type font in a PDF for a study that was done in private medical clinic. Fuck my mouth, that's amazing!
A quick Google search at the time of recording shows that apparently the solution to this global pandemic hasn't been talked about in a single article, and the nano-vapor bioware hasn't been cited in any credible medical outlet. Now, to be clear here, there has been some misinformation spread that I'd like to clarify for a second. Chris Hansen is not selling a cure to the great sneeze to the anti-O nut jobs. This product is only on the market for businesses like airlines and hospitals. As far as I've seen, there's no way to get your hands on this product directly if you're the average consumer. To compare this to Alex Jones is a bit loose, but I understand why people are saying that this sounds like a crackpot infomercial.
But it also has an application to disperse and effectively use antibacterials, antiviral chemicals to kill this virus for 70 to 90 days.
So this is nanotechnology.
I don't think I need to tell the vast majority of my audience that Chris Hansen has gone from being a beloved TV personality to an internet drifter pretty quickly. I'm sure the guys who have seen this situation in the background over the past few months had some sort of an idea what this actually was. I just think it's really funny that I'm looked at as a villain, or even creators like Cecile McFly, who have produced hours of documentary level content. She's now been called an Onision alt for assisting me in pointing out the many less than satisfactory actions that Shiloh was performing that could have damaged the Onision investigation. It's just funny that guys like Chris Hansen, who may have caused irreversible damage to the investigation and siphoned money out of these girls in the process for months at a time, who's clearly only driven by monetary gain and trying to recapture his fame, yeah, that guy's the good guy. That's a guy who's a hero to the cause. I don't know, it's just pretty fucked to me. So this just got like really fucking serious in a more lighthearted video. So now here's Wavy Websurf explaining why we need to
stop drawing Onision. Greg is really only doing this for attention. He knows he's a shitbag, and he knows there's no redemption for him. He's in this for people to look at him no matter how bad he makes himself look. So don't draw Greg. Putting effort into making him art, even unflattering art, is what he wants. He wants us to have him on his mind. He wants to take our time and effort. Even if you draw Greg as a disgusting little gremlin, he's still enjoying it because you're putting effort into drawing him. Classic Reddit post there.
Hold up, we gotta go back.
God, this is so long.
Okay, back to serious because I can't possibly omit this segment. On March 26th, Onision finally attempted to get Chris Hansen on for an interview. This was after he denied Chris the first time by asking for an absurd amount of money and called the police on Chris when he flew across the country to knock on his door. Onision said he wanted to do an interview on his terms, and he opened up his channel to Chris where they could have a conversation. My thought process here is that this is an interview that Chris has shown incredible interest in. As a journalist, I'm sure with integrity, an obstacle wouldn't stop him from having that conversation. There is the thought that this could be a setup of some kind, but as long as Chris's points are valid and it's Onision who's deflecting, there should be no issue. Well, that wasn't good enough for Chris, who eventually gave this statement, where he manages to get confused, thinking Onision was asking him to go live on OnlyFans.com.
This probably won't come as a shock to most of you, but I will not be going on Greg James Onision, the YouTube psychobrat from Washington State's members-only paid porn channel. I know he's trying to have a stunt to make you all watch and tune in. It's just not going to happen. I still want to have him answer questions in an interview on Chris Hansen, something he is not likely to do because he doesn't want to answer the tough questions about how he groomed and exploited multiple young women and how his negligence contributed to the near death of his two-year-old child, among many other things, and police investigations and FBI investigations now underway. So, I renew my offer, Greg James Onision, YouTube psychobrat. Anytime you want to do a real interview on a real show, let me know. Until then, I guess you'll continue the stunts.
So Chris comes hard, saying he won't go on Onision's channel, and if he wants to have a real interview after dodging, it will have to be on Have a Seat with Chris Hansen. He also talks a huge game, saying that this is about the victims and justice will be served.
And remember one other thing. A lot of people want to see justice in this case. The investigation come to an end. It took better
There really wasn't justice for Epstein.
First of all, accusers. Let's call a spade here. But this is a lot of talk from someone who doesn't seem to want this interview.
I didn't really feel like there was any justice for Epstein. Alright, good night, 13.
Actually agreed to go on to Chris's show with one request. He has to demonetize it. So Chris said this is about getting justice. Chris is under fire being called a grifter for basically everything you've just seen in the last 20 minutes of this video. All eyes are on him, and Onision knew this. So all Chris had to do was say yes, and the pressure goes back on Onision. So what does he say? Well, he says no. He gives a statement that could essentially boil down to, we don't associate with terrorists on this YouTube channel, as he continues to say that no conditions will be considered. And this is about the truth and being held accountable. His mentions get loaded by this point because the only request Onision made was to not monetize his interview, which really is a small price to pay considering you flew across the country to knock on his door for content. It's a small price to pay when you're involved with Nanovapor Biotech and have been clearly milking this investigation with no results for as long as you have. Naturally, he realized this and caves after a half hour, deciding to demonetize the interview, which means that everything should be scheduled, and the next clip I'm going to show you should be a clip from this episode. Wrong! Chris Hansen had his lawyer alert Onision that the interview will now be pre-recorded all of a sudden, which makes absolutely no fucking sense. And this pissed off Onision, who leaked the conversation, saying if he tried to pre-record it, he'd stream it and show everyone the proper context, because of course he would. Why wouldn't he? Keemstar confirmed his interaction with Onision that when he interviewed him, the only catch was he couldn't edit the final product. Why? Because people can cut it up and take his narrative out of context, which is exactly what he was afraid of here.
The really good news about pursuing predators for so many years is that you pretty much know what a predator is going to do and say before he says or does it. They live in a parallel universe where they hurl false allegations at their accusers, law enforcement, investigative journalists. They also get off on re-victimizing their vulnerable victims, such as the case with the YouTube psychobrat in Washington State. It's become clear to me now that there's no way to do an interview with him, at least at this point, without him trying to exploit a live version of that interview. Given the fact that he's made animated videos where he blows his brains out and real videos where he exposes himself...
I can't take Chris Hansen seriously. Seriously a dumbass.
I don't think society in general needs to see it.
How stupid is Chris Hansen?
In fact, his victims have come to me asking me not to do it. So in the meantime, it appears there will be no interview unless he can actually sit down and do a real interview where he actually answers to the allegations. And there are a lot of them. It's insane what he's been saying. It's hard to watch. I honestly try not to. In the meantime, I'll remind you of something I said a while back. I was a reporter before he was born. I'll be a reporter after he goes to prison. Hopefully, where he won't have a lot of access to his videos on the internet.
Okay, so now he's going to say that he can't do it live because Onision is going to exploit the fact that it's live? Excuse me? And he's saying now all of a sudden he won't interview Onision because the victim said so? By the way, hold on to that for a few moments. We're going to need it. What the fuck? So you're telling me that Chris is so bad at his job that a live debate wouldn't be fair on his own show? How does...
Not for a while. I'm still working on it. Still working on it. You can have it if you sub to the channel.
If he doesn't answer your questions and he tries to deflect, you can just hang up. It's literally your show. Nobody would fault you for that. You're saying that you need to be in control of the narrative offline to get a fair interview. And I say bullshit. This is why nobody trusts mainstream media. Your example you chose for why it needs to be pre-recorded is just you talking about Onision's edited and pre-recorded videos. It literally doesn't fucking make sense. But what makes this go from insane to absurd is that Chris was willing to ambush Onision in his own home for the upper hand, and he wouldn't consent to a live debate on an even playing field. He still argued the only way to have a fair conversation is to stack the narrative in his own favor. Chrissy is scared to interview Onision. Don't forget this. And as it turns out, so is the rest of the community who makes videos on him. He also basically lied before this Twitter video went up. Onision dropped the emails where he literally said fuck it and agreed to do it pre-recorded with no catch hours before this Twitter video went up, making that entire last 2 minutes completely irrelevant because Onision was actually willing to sit down with Chris Hansen. I've heard the going rumor that Chris's lawyer middleman just didn't check his email, but forgive me if I'm inclined not to believe him. So just to summarize, Chris said he wouldn't go on Onision's channel, and then Onision compromised. Chris said he wouldn't do a live stream, and Onision compromised. To say Onision has played games here is wrong, and he compromised far more than Chris did in this situation. It's just a fact. Naturally, Chris dodging this interview pissed Onision off, and he opened that request up to literally any YouTuber who makes content on him. Do you know which YouTuber decided to step up, come in to the guy who they have literally been talking about constantly for the past 2 to 10 years? None of them. Blair White didn't make it that night. Creators like Mike and Actor didn't show up. iNabber and iMalix were not there. The Right Opinion, Repzilla, Jay Aubrey, Creepshow Art, none of them made it. People who have made thousands of dollars and created tons of videos talking about Greg's life didn't show up. In fact, most of them were watching from the crowd. We are talking about literal Onision historians to the craft, some who are actually my friends, and I'm sorry. But even Repsion, someone who asked a question from Twitter, and I really don't want to rag on you, man. I really don't. I know he took you to court, and I know you were advised not to go on. But dude, you uploaded a video the very next fucking day on his OnlyFans website talking about him. So you can do a sponsored video in collaboration with Raycon earbuds, but you can't say shit to his face? Man, I'm not buying this. I also contacted The Right Opinion, and dude, I feel bad because this wasn't going in the video, but it hits so fucking different now. He says in the first few minutes that Onision offered to give him new information that could have vindicated a few claims.
In fact, even Onision wants me to make this video on him, though I'm not sure it will be exactly what he hoped for. He did contact me stating that if I'm interested, he can offer evidence to exonerate him of certain claims. However, over the last couple months, I've really grown an aversion to such private interactions. I'm not going to be a YouTuber's shield when they have more than enough platform to defend themselves already. Anything that someone wants me to present in public, they can present it themselves. Today's video is going to be a look at as much published and the attempt to understand what that says about the person in question.
Bro, he didn't even fucking listen to it. Dude, I get what you're saying. You don't want to be the platform he uses to defend himself, but you're okay with making a video without even hearing what he fucking says? Really? Come on, dude. I don't think it was an accident either that your segment on whether Onision is going to jail wasn't read by you. It's just interesting that the most controversial take in the series comes from John Swan's mouth. I'm getting the feeling that people are feeding the mob what they want to hear instead of making actual commentary on an issue. But I'm sure everyone's going to say that's okay because it's Onision. I'm not the one doing it. It's not me. Apparently, if you close your ears and ignore it, the problem with your video script doesn't exist. Moving on.
Alright, now I actually have a question from Repsion that somebody asked me to ask
Bitch,
you.
shut the fuck up.
Well, he's not here, but they wanted me to ask you this. It's actually a screenshot from him. He says, "What I want is someone to address his tweet about if you don't report sexual abuse instantly, you are as bad as a rapist. That needs to be asked in an interview." This is me asking it.
It's like when people cover Onision, their brains go on autopilot and regurgitate what the person said before them.
What a joke, right? Right?
And some people are naturally not good debaters. But the fact that not even a single one attempted to interview him makes this look a little sketchy. I personally spent $100 out of my own pocket to hear Onision talk before I set out to make this video. I'm someone who believes as many bases as possible should be covered, especially when information is being presented to you in a sensitive situation. I just want to remind some of you that we aren't in a YouTube drama realm right now. People's lives are at risk here. So many people these days play it safe in regards to their career. So many people are terrified of the audience they themselves have cultivated. I'm not saying that I know how this story is going to end, and I'm not saying that Onision is innocent of all charges. But so help me God, if this does turn around and one of you have the audacity to say something like people should make this a learning experience for next time, go fuck yourself. I'm getting it in now. Go fuck yourself. If someone takes a long look at how passive you people are and comes to the conclusion that something here is being hidden, I'd have to say I'm inclined to agree with them.
The other thing that stands out to me is that Greg is about as brave a person as you'd expect. He had his chance today to talk to me, to explain his side of the story, to defend himself, but he chose not to do it. That's going to be the statement for now, I guess.
One of the accusers, Ayala, put out a statement saying this: "No one should criticize Chris Hansen for not doing the interview with Onision. After Chris agreeing to do the interview with donations turned off, Greg posted a YouTube video about how he made Chris bend to his will and submit. These actions clearly indicate ill intent. It is 100% completely fucking irrelevant what Onision uploaded to his channel. In Ayala's hypothetical, it doesn't matter what someone intends it to be. If your arguments are sound, there is no way for him to sabotage the interview and make Chris look any worse than he does right now. Not only that, an interview did happen.
My game is not updated, that's why.
Unsung heroes who let Onision on their platform were the Ralph Retort and Dick Masterson. Yeah, that's right. Not Blair, not a YouTuber with 50 plus Onision videos either. The fucking Ralph Retort and Dick Masterson guy.
She knew damn well I was very mean to her like Meg Griffin, you know?
Yeah. Treat them like dirt, they stick to you like mud, right?
No.
Oh, yeah.
We weren't technically allowed to have vaginal stuff, but I was like weaseling my way around it by putting my hand in front of my junk. And
Wait, why were you not technically allowed to?
Because I'm a very, like, if you give me an inch, I will find a way to make it work.
That's called jump the tip, man. We got names for all these things back in the 90s.
Right.
You know that fucking game. I mean, the interview that Hansen wanted to do, Ralph was doing. Ethan Ralph was doing.
Yeah, exactly.
This is, if Chris Hansen ever wanted to stop a predator, this was the interview to have.
I don't.
I mean,
according to him, it was.
According to him, it was. If you take everything that Chris Hansen is saying is true, and you don't think you're a complete fucking liar, and you're just making shit up, this is the interview. You're the one that he wanted to stop. You're the one that he should have wanted to stop. He bitched out.
I can't understand.
But his excuse is that the victim, the alleged victims, like, have feelings. So
While Onision was on the kill stream for a full 3 hours, he answered every question with a full detailed response. He answered questions from people who sent in donations, and he took random callers where many of them were anti-Os who intended to challenge him.
This is not the topic that we're talking about. Rexy, way back in the day, the last time I tried to get him on a show, he spammed the chat saying, "Oh, I wanna interview me," and then he deleted all his all the requests to interview, and I said, "Okay, well, fucking interview." And he's like, "Oh, I never said that. I never said I would."
All right, come on.
So then I'm still
Get it over with.
fuck this.
I don't fucking care.
Then why are you here, dipshit? Then why are you here? Okay, so you want to hear what you have to say. You don't want to hear what you have to hear.
Throughout this interview, he remained composed the entire time and went into extra details on subjects that hadn't been explored before in this capacity. Due to the nature of the interview, he sounded really good at some of the parts, and in other parts, he did not.
Now, what about the DMCAing? That's another thing you brought up.
So there's this.
Now, and from what I've seen, you have been a little out of pocket with the DMCA thing. That's just my personal view on it. But if you want to give that,
I agree. What the fuck? Why are you flagging everyone?
People fight it, and I know for a fact that they're using it in a way that is not fair. I say you have 7 days, and if you don't want to get a copyright strike, so be it, or they can talk to YouTube directly. YouTube reviews it, and most every single time YouTube's like, we don't know if it's fair use or not, so we're just gonna go with the person who's appealing this, and we're gonna give them their video back anyway. So, and when I say give them it back, I mean they don't even take it down. So the people who are taken down, typically YouTube actually review the video, and they say, yeah, this isn't fucking because he's stealing. So,
but because it wasn't a definitive blowout where Onision essentially admits to a crime, the anti-Os deny it was any of the things I just said it was. If you came away from Ralph's interview saying it was anything other than a success, you're fucking crazy and you're lying to yourself. If you're complaining that the people who interviewed Onision weren't educated on the situation, then that's your favorite YouTuber's fault. The fact that a matchup like this, that was, in my opinion, doomed to fail, went so well is an embarrassment to the various content creators who cover Onision, and honestly, a kill shot to Chris Hansen's credibility. Dude, you're done in this case.
Nicholas the Oreo, you're the question.
Hey, what's going on? I just wanted to say this has been a really good live stream. I feel like all the anti-Os who were saying that Keemstar did a terrible job, which I don't think was fair at all. I think those guys are
no.
here because this was a fantastic stream on a platform that you wouldn't have really expected.
Fuck the anti-Os. Dude, I'm telling you right now, if you go out and say anything like, oh, you know what, I think Ralph brought up some good points, and just go, you fucking idiots. That's every disagreement with you fucking people. Oh, you know, I think these guys drive a nice bargain. Oh, well, have you had a seat with Chris Hansen? No, I haven't. You know, they said that to Aiden Projects, a 900K 15-year-old YouTuber. They didn't know his age, obviously, but he said, I disagree with Chris
Hansen, and they called him a predator. So apparently he's the only 15-year-old pedophile. That's what we've got going on here. It's a fantastic fucking time. Dude, Chris Hansen's a fucking joke, okay? Honestly, he started out by bringing on accusers, which was okay, that's one thing. Then it became people who just went to Onision's house. That was okay, that's another thing. Now we're all the way down to people who have 90 followers on Twitter, who get high on Xanax and show up because they have a fucking Tumblr blog where they say Onision's fucking massacred people like Charles Manson. Like that's where we are right now. That's where this.
Okay, but Nick, you gotta admit, Chris Hansen as an entertainer, pretty good. He pretty good. He does.
Dude, he's a fucking grifter. I love when he entertained everybody by bringing on that fucking scam for the coronavirus. That was my favorite entertaining thing he's ever done.
People were saying he was selling. Was he actually
I have a
selling
video. I'm making a video on this. I don't want to spoil it.
Being a good entertainer, you can't take that.
I respect him for being a grifter. You know what? Chris Hansen is Chris Hansen. Dateline NBC is Dateline NBC. He had teams of fucking specialist people who were hunting down these predators.
Right.
Working with the police department. Dude, you're just working with some guy who looks like he's in his 70s because he's an alcoholic. And now he's running
Probably.
an operation by himself. No wonder it's a fucking disaster. No wonder chain of custody is gonna fuck the operation. No wonder this thing has gone right off the fucking rails.
Was he actually selling shit though? Like actually selling?
Okay, all right. To be 100% fair to him, you can't buy it. It was for hospitals and stuff like that. But he was obviously paid to do the ad read. This fucking nano vapor biotech, but like the website that he was like linking back to was made the day before the fucking stream. If you looked at their fucking research, it was only 2 pages. They said they did a 70-day trial in a clinic called Private Medical Clinic. The clinic that it was tested in didn't even want to have their fucking name attached to it. It was a disaster. They claimed that if you spray it on your hands, it killed the coronavirus for 24 hours. They claimed that if you spray it on a surface, if you spray it on a surface, it'll kill the coronavirus for 70 to 90 days. Apparently, Chris Hansen, Chris Hansen, the fucking TV show host. He had the cure to the coronavirus. Dude, the guy found the way to stop.
This whole time he had the cure and he didn't tell us.
Look at this. They didn't even tell Trump yet. Look, he looks like a retard. And
That's kind of true, actually.
Well, then, Onision, I guess that means you're going to jail, buddy. Yeah, this guy's the greatest fucking detective. Dude, he did a video on Twitter. He goes, today we're going after a predator called COVID-19.
Oh, God. Chris Hansen really is a joke, isn't he?
Has cast doubt into the credibility of every single person who pussied out of the discussion and created another layer of doubt that these people can't back up the shit they throw on a daily basis. That being said, Chris Hansen did respond one more time.
Good evening and welcome once again to Have a Seat with Chris Hansen. I'm Chris Hansen. Thank you for joining me. I hope you all are well. First, I just want to take a moment to talk about our other investigation into the YouTube psycho Brad in Washington State. There's a lot of noise this week about an interview that was supposed to happen between me and Greg James or a debate of some sort. Well, let me just put it into perspective for you. I originally asked him for an interview about 6 months ago. He demanded $350,000. Then I went to Washington State, knocked on his door, and asked him for an interview. He didn't come to the door and say, Chris, it's a bad time. Chris, I'm making lunch for the kids. Chris, let's talk about it tomorrow. Set up a neutral location and we'll do the interview. No, what he did was call 911. The tape is right here on this channel. You can listen to that later. The sheriff's department came. I had a nice chat with them. They were surprised I hadn't been there earlier, given the circumstances and everything that's been happening at that house. Fast forward 4 or 5 months, and all of a sudden, he's in this manic phase of demanding an interview, and it's got to be done, like, in the last 5 days. So he puts this out there. He wants to have me on a stream. I'm not going to do that live. If he wants to do an interview, I would really like to put some hard questions.
In this statement, he talked about the fact that Onision denied his request to interview in the past, which in my opinion does not give him a free pass to deny one here. You're the journalist trying to hunt down the truth here. Chris, if you were offered an interview that was previously unobtainable, you're expected to take it if you want to be looked at as a person who's credible. If you're satisfied with hearing half of a story and don't want to interview him, that's your own fucking thing. Except you say in this statement that you still want to interview
interview him. In that case, what happened to the victims, Chris? This is in direct contradiction of when you said you wouldn't interview Onision because the accusers didn't want you to just 2 days prior. What changed? Suddenly we're saying fuck the victims?
And all of a sudden, he's in this manic phase of demanding an interview, and it's got to be done, like, in the last 5 days.
What is with this last 5 days shit? You're the one who said let's do it Monday, weren't you? Why is it a problem now that he's pushing for you to do it live?
And these allegations of grooming, sexual assault, human trafficking, child pornography, re-victimizing the victim. These are all very serious allegations that he faces. So anyway, I am back and forth with him.
It does sound like bullshit, doesn't it?
Who's affiliated with the show. And it goes from a live interview to a taped interview. And he says he was with the police in the street. So it's false. He didn't watch the interview. He was trying to create an event.
Oh my god, Chris Hansen, you were such a freaking joke, dude. Okay, let me look for that code. Oh, fuck. That's not gonna work. Alright, let's try this. Hold on. Alright, request sent. Is the duplication only on my island? Only on my island. Only on my island. How though? I didn't update my Switch. That's what I did. So my other Switch that I used to give away stuff. Excellent, accepted. Great. Great. Well, you know, I'm pretty smart. My only concern, though, is, if I do this island, I don't know if, like, Nintendo catches wind and what they're gonna do. I know they're not keen on the, duplication glitch. I mean, you never know. You never know. Okay, let's see. Hey. Let's see here. Hey. Call. I'm gonna end the live stream here, guys. I need to go on a call, so I apologize. Do you want to teach tour subscribers? I'd like to volunteer. You ever want to tour subscribers? I would be happy to. Fairylicious, I would be happy to tour subscribers. Yes. Yes, I would. Although, probably not at this time because of the whole crown thing, but, yeah. Okay. Let me know when you are ready. Alright, one sec. I have to turn some volumes down, guys. Hold on. You're not going to hear anything for a bit, so I apologize. I have to go on call. So you're just going to see screen stuff.